It is currently 80 degrees in the middle of the November sunset, and I am kind of suffering a little. In any case, hello, welcome everybody to another rousing round of wait, hang on, I have a thing for this, let me see, where is it? I want to know. There we go.
Today is fine day in California. Huh? True.
So yeah, needless to say, there's been quite a bit of setup I've been doing this morning on account of things that were suggested to me yesterday during last night's 13 Sentinel session, and you know, I did not expect Triggerfire to work the way it did, to the point that I may have kind of worked my OBS setup to the point that certain things are missing from my setup, but at the same time, I don't think it's that much of a problem. I do know for a fact that, hey, those are things you can work with now. If you'd like to spend your tokens at any point, you're more than welcome to do so. Especially on account of the fact that I kind of want to figure out what more can be done with this at some point. Just in case, though, hello, Centris, hello, Phil. I hope things are going all right for you. I sympathize considerably about Friday becoming your Monday, but to be honest, days of the week are kind of a concept in the first. Are kind of a concept that's become arcane in nature as we mature, hasn't it? What is my voice doing? Excuse me, 1 second. Whoop. All right. Breathing is a bit of a thing, isn't it? Once again, it's the heat. I don't know where it's going from, but at the same time, where it's coming, I have no idea. But hopefully things should be good tonight, because frankly speaking, I thought we could do something a little bit different. Whether or not that difference will mean anything is up for debate, but at the same time, I'm excited. I hope you will be as well, because frankly, I don't know what I'm in for. Wait, I know what I'm in for. Apparently Phoenix Wright counts as a visual novel, right? On account of the fact that there are visuals, and the dialogue is something of a novel, but all the same. Hopefully this will be good. Hopefully we will see this thing not work itself as soon as we start, because, again, I don't know what happened, but setting up was a little bit of a pain, but I want to believe everything is still there. I know for a fact that as soon as I started the stream, I noticed that my title overlay was missing my audio capture for the music, so that's a good enough indicator. Always triple check. So yeah, it's the Great Ace Attorney, also known as GFAM. I've never played a Phoenix Wright game. I played the demo of Dual Destinies on iOS, and that's about it, but from what I got from that, I thought it was alright. Frankly, I have no idea about this, but at the same time, I feel pretty confident about it. I feel pretty confident about Noir being here. Hello, how are you? I hope things are going well for you. I hope you enjoy the things that I showed you in Discord on account of the fact of, hey, that's pretty good, isn't it? So yeah, where we go from here is a whole lot of reading, I am sure about this, but I hope you can cooperate with me as I'm finding my voice in this. Needless to say, that's the thing about it. Always experiencing some level of scuff, but that's the fun of it, isn't it?
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
I'm sorry, you're annoyed at what you saw at Discord? What happened?
The capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Alright, somebody's been shot. Today really is Friday in California, isn't it? You adored what you saw in Discord. Alright then, good. If anything, that is just my cue to you, people who have the channel points. Feel free to use them. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Waiting to decide that head paths immediately. Okay, fair enough. What do you mean that this is the thing that every tutorial told me I should be using? But, you know, I don't mind it. Do what you will with it. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I see. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, oh. You know what, I feel that. Every day of my life, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer. Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Yes, objection indeed. Hello, Diablo. What is a lawyer? Well, you see, a lawyer is somebody you pay, I want to say $4,500 a day to in order to find facts that may not be relevant until 3 years after your case. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Lawyer game, lawyer game, lawyer game. Hello, anime girl humbug, how are you tonight? My man really just got his sword out. To be fair, it's the Meiji era, I wouldn't be surprised. A lawyer's a man who read a lot of books, but isn't good enough to be a judge. True, you have to spend at least 40 years to be a judge. Don't quote me on this, I have never been to law school. Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Cosmo, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Also, thank you for that follow. I suppose the lawyer game really is the thing of the night. He's so in love with Ryu. Probably. I want to believe this is this game's Edgeworth, but I don't even know at this point. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. Why is he qualified to be a lawyer? But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergrad. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. It varies on the state, but becoming a judge requires you to have a Juris Doctorate. I'm going to ask how that works exactly. I know you have to pass the bar to be a lawyer, but do you have to pass a different bar to be a judge? You said exactly the same thing 3 years ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Cosmo. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Cosmo. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been waiting forever for this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. Though you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Kansas City, Missouri. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Cosmo's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. You take the bar, but you need a doctorate to be a judge, so at least 3 years of study. Fair enough. I can understand that. Qualifications, as arbitrary as they may be. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only they were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Wow, they're really hammering home the idea that, hey, look at that, you're gonna turn into Japanifornia in at least 40 years. Eat your hamburgers, Cosmo. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asugi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. Hello, sorry you're a bit late. I had to go to a meeting, so to speak. Don't worry about that, Saki. Frankly speaking, just make sure your ducks are in a row, so to speak. I hope you're doing all right. Those are some nice jelly donuts these people have here. Yes, I understand that the jelly is plum-flavored. Perhaps sour, even. Well, let's see. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. Well, I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Cosmo. Can you tell I don't switch voices on the fly very well? Ugh. This is awkward. If I may... Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. I see it with my own eyes. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba, I heard the name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree that Cosmo's studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. You're Tomodachi in this life, I think? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. You know what, I miss Trauma Center. I feel you on that. Frankly, I wonder where it went. I wonder why Atlas refuses to do anything other than SMT these days, but whatever sells, I suppose. And the thing that sells is Persona, specifically the 5th one. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. You know, like a 5.0 GPA student representing you in the highest authority in the study? Okay, then fair enough. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Something a murderer would say. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? What will the question be? Do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Oh, my bad. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our Okay, that's a new one. Surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. I'm going to punch a bailiff for being a dickhead. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial would decide my destiny.
Oh, check it out.
Alright then, I'm glad. I did not expect it to work in that context, but okay. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. It's the only court in the land. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms are in there. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. So what you're saying is... Well, no, I don't think civil court is private. I don't recall. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. You'll find out I'm about to... Okay. I know this man. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I see for sure. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Well, I swear I've seen Winston paint before, but if you want to tell me how this man should sound, feel free. As is the defense. Before we begin, nasally, fair enough. I will do the thing as I need to. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defense advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Alright then, Chad, what are we doing? Do we plead the fifth? Or do we go full into the sixth and just tell him, hey, look at that, I know what I'm about. Okay, 1 vote for answer, 1 vote for wait. Do we just wait until the camera just shoves it up his nose? I feel as though that may be an answer. Just in case, am I able to save at this point? I am in fact able to save at this point. Alright, let's see what happens. Kazuma's the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. Generally, you're advised not to. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. There's no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things can end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who left. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means that you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? Phrasing. No, it's not that really, it's just that... well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Is that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. I love that Prosecutor Payne's equivalent is named Ouchie, as in Ouchie, good old Ace Attorney puns. I know, right? They know the game they're playing. To which I'm also here like, how many times can I say I see whenever somebody says Ryunosuke's name? Well, for a mere university student brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. If there is a samurai in the proceedings, you will defer to them and only them. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Can you see me as I speak? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My confidence? What is competence? What does that mean? It means you're confident in what you're doing. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's get started with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke? Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All of the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of the right bumper, with a complete deferment to that hole in the fourth wall. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult them. It's all in there. I lied? Alright. Press X to open your Soliton radar. Fourth wall, screw that, exactly. Where's the... Okay, I have to press the thing, actually. It's a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people with RB. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now. Also, I didn't say it before, but hello, Saki. As some people have been making it abundantly clear, we have new things you can use your redeems for. So, safe to say... Speaking of Hoy, what are you saying? Well, look at my boy John Wilson here.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson... Wait, okay, Wilson, funny enough, that's my surname. Alright then, in that case, why are you in the record then? Dr. Wilson was a professor from England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Are you claiming that this could be seen as a declaration of war? The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we had just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Why does that sound completely inaccurate to real life right now? And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at Imperial University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution of this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of the upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities. Why do they keep using that word? Is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. He enjoys his beans on toast. If history has taught us one thing, it's don't upset the Brits. They cry out loud. Back in my day when they cried at us, we dumped their tea in the harbor and told them, hey, look at that, I don't care. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference from me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this piece a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. And then Cosimo left to try on more headbands. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think. Hey, Chad, what are you thinking about these days? Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. Thinking about those beans? Are you thinking about the toast I just mentioned too? I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello, Final Fantasy XII. Honestly, I feel that. I may have not played the game, but I've heard definite things. Also, you're thinking about cat paws, fair enough. Are you talking about your cat? If so, say hi to Yogi for me. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defended Naruto. I will once he wakes up, fair enough. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Alright. Nice argument. Why don't you back that up with a source? By evidence. But how? Also, speaking of animals, your dog had moved her squeaky bone with a doghouse and had a fit until you moved it. Wow. Makes sense. Sometimes I just don't get animals, but at the same time, gee, are some of them smarter and dumber than a lot of us. Let's see here. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Yes! I wonder if that's it. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a tragic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, your imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, Naruhodo, as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Yeah, it's incredibly modern, isn't it? Of course. Again, how long ago does this take place? Quite a bit. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. This is it, Luigi. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you give would greatly be appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. It's not his fault. He's lawyered up to find this answer. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. I am the head waiter at the Western restaurant called Le Carnival. That's not English. It is Western, but... Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. I agree. You let a man with TB testify in court. What's going on here? As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become quite a fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Osanoga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer board, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? Yeah. You've got dreams, don't you? You've got dreams, chat, don't you? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. I have dreams where you want, it was when I was in the kitchen putting away the crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that was lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you not to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Do you see what I mean? Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. In the meantime, I would like you to learn this motion I have. It's called a quarter circle forward. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. If I make a part 1 point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Rinosuke? But the table, it was broken. That's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite of him in the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still. What should I do? Wait, interject. Yes! Okay, then. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this here student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osnoga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? No. Well, I mean, the long pause and the pushing up of your glasses convinces me. I think he's all right. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take his plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan over to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something clearly seems to have shaken him. Okay, I think he's more than shaken at this point. I smell a liar. I smell somebody who needs a hospital bed. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. I smell someone having an asthma attack. I don't know, do you cough blood when you have asthma? Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem that we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in your term of your inevitable punishment. I don't believe in plea bargains, sir. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think we should do, Kazuma? What do you think we should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikoto said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I've said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, You're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ichi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. He can be your angel or your devil, exactly. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Okay, I see how this is. I'm immediately thinking, no, sir, is the pawn here. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa, no, sir, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I employ as the purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the district Curio Correcta at your service. An antiques dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant of the day in question. They must be diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding curios which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He's obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. He's some sort of an opportunist, you might say. Right, I see. Although to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious event. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking with the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantry man over there who unloaded the first firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Reporting by ready to report, sir. Goo goo gaga, as they say in my native language. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment? From the back, but that contradicts the photo exactly. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. That's when you damned yourself. Also, thank you for that headbat. You're really getting your money's worth out of that, aren't you? After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when everything had finished, I got up. When I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we've heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable suit to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of... What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? It's called an objection, sir. I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me, Ada. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? He's standing right there. He can read lips. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gosm is so commanding. Very well. Yokado, let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Evidence that this is clearly 3 babies in a trench coat. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Maybe, if we get some keys and dangle them in front of him, we can expose his lies. Exactly. Alright, let's see. Ingesting a regulation beef steak, having tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, stolen the fine golden curio. Precise moment of firing was discharged. It's with my own eyes. Black uniform varsity cadet is from the back. No. That's bullshit.
Yes!
Your Honor, this is bullshit. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? You're thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. He didn't shoot him. This is bullshit. He didn't shoot him. He did not. Oh, hi, Cosimo. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Heck, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Sir, this is called an entry wound. Well, obviously, that, I don't know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out. Well, you see, what happened is he was shot from the front. We know this because the bullet didn't exit his body. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosimo, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photograph, the print presented by the defense, that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesa, no, sir. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my very own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Do you have a single-licious satisfact to snack that up? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Oh, wait, I get it. Yes, sir. No, sir. All right. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. Those witness Sergeant Yesa Nosa did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Hey, he said the thing. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? No, he said too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure. Indeed, the errant kobold, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Roste, in hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. I believed he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The kobold vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. Naruhodone. The lamentable day, a precious Hoei koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. I see you looking away, you charhead bastard. As I am sure everyone present here is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ichi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. And then in the corner will be a jackal, more dangerous. Well, a fox, more dangerous than a jackal in the corner. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryosuke Naruhodo. You see right there how despicable he is? What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? It's quite despicable. Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something behind... or... someone peeking over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. I don't know, sir. How about you? It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to form a nanny. He's a baby, sir. Ido. Henshin! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Blow this child's nose at once, sir. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. His testimonies are... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident, to which I am immediately saying I will disregard the idea that nobody is present and the steak has gone cold. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. It may be bullshit, but I'll believe it. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before us said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Imagine seeing a woman. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Oshi, would have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not yet, Snake. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth. In your cross-examination. In your cross-up, we're going to stunlock the competition until they refuse to give us a rematch. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to a cross-examination to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick. Understood? Rules cannot be so unbending at times. Let's see here. Even if what I saw besides moment farm, it's almost the same thing. As pointing his gun at the foreign man, he didn't see. I feel like this old man was on the floor at the time. Let's see here. Either that, or because the photo was taken after the fact and nobody else was there, but still. Maybe it's the floor plan. Maybe it's this university color pin. I don't know for sure. Let's see here. Furthermore, visual search the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Maybe it's that. Maybe you're just a big liar.
Yes!
Well, what about the last statement made by the witness? It seems perfectly reasonable to me. Exactly. Perfectly reasonable in every way. Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the witness's book and learn to be more reasonable yourself. Alright then, let's try again. Let's see here. I still feel like this is the lie, but I'm not sure.
Yes!
No. That's not gonna work. I don't know, Chad. What do you think about this? Because personally, I'm of a mind that I don't wish for more penalties, but let me see here. Where does this connect? What do you think, Ryunosuke? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No, 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 no. Listen, the first thing you should do is calm down. You can't expect the witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with left bumper. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. Naruhodo. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. How hard is that? I'm not sure. Professor wasn't alone in this restaurant, I'm sure of it. But one way or another, the cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. Alright, gonna make like all those hydraulic press channels and squeeze as much info out of this as possible. Are you sure about that?
Yes!
Yes. It may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've already told you already, that's because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's suite, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, Your Honor, the witness has a weapon in court. Are we going to allow this? Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, none other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the gentleman. Over and out. Are you sure? Wait, how would they have known if they were the only ones? Exactly, that's the thing I'm trying to get across.
Yes!
You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Maybe, say, the waiter was also there somehow. That may be an option.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. Nobody has heard of the early bird special in glorious Sneepo. Also, Ouchie's never seen a woman in his life. Yeah. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hotel Clinic. Hotel Mario. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think I'm sweating bullets here. Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it would be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be in for evidence? Yes. Might as well.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? On grounds of you being a prick. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. On grounds of your mom, Prosecutor Aoshi, exactly. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. What, knowing our rights? I can imagine. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record. Imagine having rights, am I right? What we need here right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem to be relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. What does that mean? Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekta-san. I'm gonna correct your face. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Furthermore, okay, then let's see here. I mean, I get that part, but at the same time, what else can you tell me? Well, I still feel like that statement is bullshit, but... what can the evidence say about that? Fucking loser all by himself at the restaurant. Christ, look at him, sources say. See here. Medical report found in the pocket. Let's see. I feel like it's gotta be this statement right here.
Yes!
That statement is clearly odd. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Pay no attention, Your Excellency. As you wish. Now kindly lower your hand. Never. Not until I've proven I'm innocent here. Your Honor, this hand will stay raised until my calisthenics training is over. I wish to press.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Your Honor, this is not relevant. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Hit my mic there. Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving a gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so correct, Assam? Honestly, I relate to you. I bet you do. Pointing his gun. Visual search premise. We were only personnel present. How true is that?
Yes!
Your Honor, I wish to punch the prosecution in the face. You must have noticed someone else that there was a little... We've heard this already, but yeah. Once again, am I brute forcing? I might be. Sad to say, unfortunately, I'm a little bit confused on how best to present this already. Wait, what? We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you've got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use several different control stick motions. Again, I want to teach you how to do a Hadoken. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles, and then you release your damage, and then we can start the next set. Your Honor, I wish to exercise my right to challenge the prosecution to a Gundam fight. Exactly. I mean, he's already wearing the headband. He's got the sword. He just needs a cape, and he's already Domon Kashu. Yonosuke, it's time to learn pretzel motions. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You're gonna learn this Korean backdash, even if I have to take you there by boat. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, Aibo, you think you should take a closer look at this medical report card? See if there's isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. And let's see. I need to use the motions and then select a damage type. Let's see here. When it pulsates, what does it say? It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. But I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people have given their right arm to only have one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Let's see here. Where is this thing? Is this a stamp? Okay, never mind. Why don't we turn this around and see what more we can learn? Let's see here. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Bad move. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine and they give you painful injections? And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all while you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Reminds me of watching Hunter the Parenting, where they're just like, ooh, I hate taxes. Do you like roads? Yes. Then you like taxes, you idiot. Let's see here. What's over here? Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Taken out. It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. I hear she was all the rage in Russia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthesia effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Alright then. This new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright, let's hear it again. Why do you have a baby, sir? Let's see, same thing. Where is it? I don't know, I'm still a little bit confused, but we have 2 tries. We can make this work somehow. Dining? But he wasn't supposed to be eating, exactly. Let's say you about this.
Yes!
Well, I think, about what, you withering lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosmo. I could see quite clearly in that cross-examination you carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that so purposefully. You knew exactly what you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Words that are not good advice in court, but... Alright. Thanks for the advice. Correct-san. This is a medical report belonging to the victim. Naruhodo and not Naruhodo. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, Ara, have you forgotten your words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. You can tell him outright to eat shit with a fork. I will condone it. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies in the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupilla. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? The outpost have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because the clinic which issued the report card is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? Was this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating... Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? Oh, I can't. Correct, Hassan. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Look at the baby.
Objection!
Look at the baby. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. Your Honor, these photos are doctored. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will now hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around, so show them what you're made of. If you're not doing a raging storm by the end of this trial, I will be sorely disappointed in you. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it can only have been someone who else was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You would not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Azuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? You would in fact come with the Camarilla to see the result of this trial? Hello, Kate. I suppose this is what you came here for. I hope so. I have a blurb for this. Excuse me. Welcome, readers. My name is Megiddo Ichi, a cyborg dissident using broadcasting to rally against the shadowy corporate overlords that made me what I am. I hope you enjoy your stay here. If you use the exclamation point bathead in the chat, that'll give you all the commands available to you as you're watching. I hope you enjoy yourself. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Alright then. I see you came from Spec Ops the Line, I understand. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman, that's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, correct the son? No. You were just saying, you were just following orders? No, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. And who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator for murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Please, sir, I have a child. Ryunosuke? Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ichi had any idea of it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose? Imagine the police forcing people not to tell the truth. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it really was did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, even Tsukuyomi, even Amatsu Mikaboshi, don't quote me on that one. I knew nothing. Ouchie just out here like... And what does the... and what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency... no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to witness the witnesses is... Would it be you? Would it be you? Would it be you? It could even be the waiter. I assume it's going to be the waiter.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonoga-san. Hosonoga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make those witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man were truly a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this chord with the truth. The truth about Hosonoga-san's real identity is proven by this evidence. What evidence, though? Let's see here. Wait, the business card?
Yes!
No. I'm not sure this is what is this supposed to prove, Counsel? That I know nothing. Wow, he called me a blackguard. That's new. Okay, let's see here. What do you think, chat? My so-called legal counsel. I don't have the slightest idea. I think examining the card is the way to go. Yeah, that might be it. Can I please? Ishin? Let's see. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Excuse me? This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the other side. You're right about that. I apologize. Let's see here. What is the other side? Let's see. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoga. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, you see, it says the witness's name here, Satoru Hosonoga. Hosonaga. That's it. Why am I saying it like that? Well, yes, the business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. So in other words, the business card was right, we just did not have the context to prove it. Either way, eat dirt.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. In other words, he's a cop. A straight-up ham, if you will. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you these orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Well, excuse me, Inspector Hosonoga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan over to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. I think now may be a good time to save for safety purposes. You're not wrong. Why does my brain not like saving? We live in 2022. I'm so used to autosaves. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. Sorry, had to take a drink there. So you mean to say you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? It's called being undercover. Ah, of course, your salary. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There must have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated in this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonoga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, the testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that you are in your professional capacity as a police officer. You required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed would be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So, that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. You're pretty good. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle? I'm going with Giselle. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that orders from the police bureau. I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented in the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic message to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Yes, he is pretty based for that, isn't he? That's once, Your Excellency. But that means you go against the special orders you were given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. nothing will get in my way. Except for my cough. As you see, I am a very sick man. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Well. Doesn't this sound like a spicy turn of events here? Especially considering the fact that, gee, we are already 2 hours in. I feel as though this might be a good time for a break, so once again, chat, it's a good time for you to maybe get into the stretch. See what you're feeling. Go get some water. Go get some water. So we can't stress it enough. It's literally 80 degrees with the sun down. I'm not feeling great, but I hope you are. So, based on that, in fact, you know what? I have a perfect way to sum up how I'm feeling in this particular instance. Give me a brief moment here. I'm still chesting the redeems, so...
Oh, check it out.
I feel like that's been ouchy this entire trial, but I could be wrong. I could always be wrong. But all the same, this still feels like a good time to possibly take a break. I need to go check on some things, so... if you're up to stick around, I will be right back. I said it before that OBS kind of threw me under the bus as I was kind of programming stuff, but wouldn't you know it, even on my BRB screen, my audio capture was not there, so nuts to me, I guess. Either way, I feel pretty good. I hope you feel the same way, chat, because frankly, this has been a mighty flex of my still fledgling ability to project, so I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, at least from what I'm seeing. So, as we're getting back into things, I hope we continue on that trend. If anything, I would say if you have any questions of me, feel free to ask as we go along. I may be struggling to kind of just keep engaged, but at the same time, the engagement go up all the same. It's nice. I'm genuinely glad for it. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I go through this, I don't ever want to be inside a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everybody from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to your detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot would come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his subject without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. This guy. Professor Mikosova. Well, it would seem I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. There's no need to feel down. I said, young man. I'm getting sleepy, so I'm gonna get going. Good luck slapping the truth out of folks. Well, I do thank you for joining, Saku. I hope you rest well. Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you are probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible, despite whatever evidence they may be disregarding. But let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure that the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Good luck. Thank you. Now then. I need to run an errand out at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Who? Defendant Naruhodo, I see you over there. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the course room at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's get in there and make her and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you'd believed me, then I'm fairly certain I'd have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me with one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Sukiyaki from college? I don't know about that. With an extra large portion, of course. What do you mean? What do you mean we don't have meal plans in Japan? The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryusuke Naruhodo, as you can see. Prosecutor Rauchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young Stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's hardly unlikely that good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Founders? Do you mean flounders? Is that what they call a typo? Alrighty then. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this really what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become as strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror, you little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. What is this hat? Well, what a delight it is to have such a fine, gentle woman to Japan from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring her some English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but your powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we maybe trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm not reading that. terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? I'm just over here like, imagine being able to speak in cursive. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student, currently enrolled in University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of a delightful language of the British people. Look at the swan on your hat, and all the brown on this man's nose. Exactly. Look at all the British that is happening right now. It's Tuesday, isn't it? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosimo. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in her English classes, Rinosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Yes, I see. So you're saying he can stuff a crumpet where it doesn't shine. I see. I'm not allowed to say that, though. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university and had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes on this photographic print? Would you please explain to me why the steak was well done? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. And sorrowful sight. Okay, then. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Alright, let's see what we have here. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning okay then. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and all this snow-white angel. The man could not simp any harder. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you'll need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from the lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported it back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I mean, have you seen the size of this dress? I feel as though it speaks for itself, if you get what I mean. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit, and I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Sir, no. I feel you, but no. Don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun in there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere in her hat. Maybe the swan is the gun. They have weird technology in Britain. We know this already. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh yes, Your Excellency. Here we go, gonna take that hat and sail it down the river. See, arranged room. Slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. It's one suspicious lady, no doubt about that. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and I got into a fierce argument. And not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Let's see here. Do you have any proof?
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. I meant it for the lady next to you. Ho has taught me that bitches with weird head accessories are the blame for evil. Which bitches? I immediately think of Enya, but at the same time, her hat isn't that weird. If anything, it's just a headscarf, but still. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku Inglishu. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, A beautiful English woman. I'm just over here thinking to myself that one episode of the Boondocks where the court is going, white woman. And frankly speaking, this is exactly what this is. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it would seem that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that, when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Look at her. She's smirking. Where I come from, that means she's charging up a critical hit. I still don't believe you, but... Let's see here. What do you have to say about this medical report? Isn't it kind of rude to have a guy come to lunch with you after dental surgery?
Yes!
The statement is clearly odd. Well, yes, we're kind of an oddball, I understand that, but at the same time, no. I still maintain that why would you bring a man who's clearly in pain to eat food he can't eat?
Yes!
Did you see me shoot him? And like I said, there's no point in repeating that, okay, he's chewing me out, fair enough. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Let's see... The details are mixed up. I don't recall... Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain who does not speak the language of which she is currently being prosecuted in. In stark contrast to you, just from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Excuse you, sir, I am clean. You could say I have the drip. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. I feel like this is what literally started World War I. To be fair, if this took place in Austria-Hungary, I could believe that. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. Let's see. An exotic foreigner. Wait, she can't speak English. How does she even do that?
Yes!
Japanese, I mean. He wasn't able to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hote Clinic, remember? Correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. I'm sorry, Alshie, but she's like half your age. Calm down. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? Also, I just realized how much ass it must suck to be representing yourself in a court of law. Exactly. Pretty much every legal expert will go out and say, don't represent yourself. If anything, that's the worst idea. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness's last statement? I'm going to submit that. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Heard a beefsteak for myself? Yes. Wait, hang on. I'm curious. Let's see here. Now, when they say this, can the water be carbonated? I feel like that might present an issue.
Yes!
Apparently not. I'm just over here like, is sparkling water really that good? I would argue no. If anything, it's worse than regular water. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain who was using her racial privilege, it would seem, to forestall this case. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull, black school uniform. No. If anything, I'm just like, why, oh why, does she maintain that we're all just not getting along here? I'm just of the mind of, I get what you're saying about the argument, it's just that I don't agree. But the question is, what evidence can I provide of that fact? I mean, I have my badge. I'm allowed to examine my badge. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it really doesn't make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on the badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? Directly over your carotid artery, I guess. Let's see here. I would like to believe that based on the angle from which this was happening, it could be a possibility that somebody else decided to shoot him from outside, but I could just be extrapolating. I don't know. And that's the problem. I don't see much else here. I have the facts, but they say nothing. Only one glass? Let's see. Wait, hold on. Let me see that again. Only a singular glass. You're right about that. Let's see.
Yes!
There we go. Thank you for that. See, this is why you're part of the council. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Well then, is Prosecutor Ouchie a little bit ableist? I feel like he is. Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The Cheers? Yeah, that famous 80s sitcom Cheers. Have you ever seen it? I feel like you might like it. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over mit? I don't know. Give me a brief second here. I want to see for myself what this means. I don't know. They're throwing words at me that even me, as somebody who actually knows a few words myself, have never seen before. Okay, the small, precise, or trivial details of something. Minutiae. Okay, that's what it is. I've only heard the word. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make in this case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought that I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing such a glass or 2 in her own state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. It's glass, how does that work? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handled pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed. The lady has offered satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we shall consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, then it's... the glass? The handbag? The handbag? Can you produce the handbag? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes.
Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what if she forgot to mention was her handbag? In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! I'll have 2 number 9s and number 9 large.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Professor Prosecutor Aoshi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bumbling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can clearly see what's through. You can clearly see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. I see you're helping us in this case. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Oh no. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator in this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way we can force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are the meat, while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way you can defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. This is the first time I've seen this game. It's mine as well, and frankly speaking, I'm enjoying myself here. But what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence based
Yes!
Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just the moment you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is that the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, this new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph that just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. If only we could put our finger on the handbag. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic prints Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where, in this print, you see the significant detail you have alluded. Well, let's see here. Aside from the fact that there's a weird thing going on with the wrist, the handbag in question, is it actually a thing? It's actually see-through, it looks like. Fair enough. What's going on over here, though? Save, though. Yes, you are correct. I apologize. Where are my manners? Why does my brain do this? I couldn't tell you. My brain says go. Just keep on going. But at the same time, though, what do I have to present here? The court record says that this is a thing. This is a thing, though. Look at it. What is this weird shaped mark on this man's thing? Of course, I'm still trying to verify for sure. Maybe we can present this man's weird birthmark.
Yes!
No. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes. That is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when performing the last post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in the report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Alshi points out, unless a firm connection to the cases can be shown, I cannot allow further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency, I believe it has something to do with the leather used to make the handbags. You see, it looks like a bull, so therefore it must be related in some manner. It would seem that Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Also, I absolutely love the detailed recursive fonts of the lady's dialogue box. Yeah, there's a bit of a linguistic disconnect. The fact that what's his name is kind of translating for her also makes me believe that, hey, he's complicit in the crime. I am? If we can just think of a link to that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. What if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist of the case? Then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell you the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. I have to find some ability to stop tripping over my words. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let's see here. Let's see. I want to say it's the post-mortem report, but I don't know. Let's see here. I mean, he bled to death, but at the same time, what does that tell us? That over there is a thing. Not much else to work off of. Layout is just the layout. Carbonated water, steak, flowers, knife, medical record. Medical treatment, edge for the day, extraction, use of anesthesia. We know that he had a tooth removed. Trying to delineate some information. Unfortunately, I cannot press fast enough. Let's see here. Photograph the handbag. Photograph the handbag makes me believe things are afoot. I would like to present the report.
Yes!
That's not it.
Objection!
Then explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of this connection is. Well, it's obviously, thank you. 5 highly illuminated words.
What?
As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing. Again.
So here's a thought. You think he burned himself on the glass? I genuinely want to believe based on that shape, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm just struggling to figure out exactly where else we could go with this. Wait, can you look at the plate again? I was just thinking about that. What about the plate? Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. Let's see. You may not come in. Okay, then. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know the number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget to not forget that. What a surprise! Let's see here. Can we try the pin? If she's a student here, she likely has a pin, but I don't know. I'm gonna try it anyway and hope. But just before that... Please let this be connected.
Yes! Attention!
Unfortunate. Once again, just gonna check to be sure. The lapels tell me nothing. I still want to believe it's the shape of the glass.
Yes!
No.
Attention!
That will do. I am now satisfied with no reasonable doubt remains in this matter. The defense has consistently failed to refute adequately the assertions of the prosecution. Accordingly, I hereby announce this court's final verdict. I find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I see what you mean. Officer, restrain the accused and send the telegraphic communication to Great Britain without delay. The accused will not be granted the right to appeal. That is all. Court adjourned. I hate it. Let me see here. This doesn't tell me a lot. Neither does this. I'm looking for a symbol of some sort, but where?
Yes!
Nope.
Attention!
Unfortunately, I don't know. And that's the issue. Still no.
Objection!
He's calling my bluff, but I don't even know what I'm bluffing with. Can you check the handbag photograph? We did check the handbag photograph, but I'm still not seeing anything else. Other than the fact that this print is here on the victim. The question is, where else could it be? It could be the shape of the fork, I know that. Wait.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
You hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? I'm not cheating, I swear. To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have the unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. Cloth the lawyer forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
What is in this photograph that explains it? Yeah, I wish to put this woman to bed.
Yes!
Essentially, just go to jail already. You know it's where you belong. The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Well, you know, Skay, you genius. Yeah, it's not like we didn't brute force this entire time or anything. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Gauchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of that burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... Wait a second, if she doesn't talk Japanese, how is she reacting to your evidence? That's the thing, isn't it? I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined. as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Are you ready for some heat in the 3rd degree? Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But, you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrists on a plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us, without question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aoshi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation that I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Well, obviously. Yes, the professor, being as absent-minded as usual, was unaware of his hand falling into the piping hot plate and didn't notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are labeling him as a bumbling scatterbrain. How about I hold your wrist to a hot plate and see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Perhaps the scream you let out will wake you up a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. It may worry Bill be our chance to turn things in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it, or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. Alright then. He suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson. He was already dead from the drugs administered for his tooth removal. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man were already dead. No, already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot? That's right. Absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous plot by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ichi, it is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. Look at this Uno reverse card, if you will. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Mr. Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But
Your Excellency.
the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Okay, where are we going with this? What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow, she's a murderer and a racist. I guess that proves enough. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Wow. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. Naruhodo, as they say in my native tongue. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. Actually, the Queen's English is not really unique, but more like an old and clear sounding of accents. Exactly. She's bullshitting. She's a nationalistic fuck, but at the same time, you know, she's trying to cover her own ass, so I kinda feel like I get it. About the events leading up to the death victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Greenosuke. Speak the Emperor's Japanese, why don't you? Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. I feel like we can verify this with drugs. But Let's see here. Extraction with use of anesthesia extraction. Yes, he had a tooth out with anesthetics. I feel as though he could have OD'd on the anesthetics. Am I allowed to present this evidence? Not yet. This is still the testimony. I get it. But of course, this country's inferior investigative technologies probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Again, she's racist. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all! It's a delight merely to have you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Wait, the Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. I wish to proceed in throwing this woman the book. Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Let's see. When the raider brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible besides the gunshot. Let's see. Of course, before we get any ideas in our head, allow me to ask once again, do you have as faction any single-licious snack that up?
Yes!
Apparently I don't. Let's try this again. Re-examine it, if you will. I still feel like they drugged him, but still. What about in the kitchen? Okay, did not mean to do that, but acceptable. Let's try one more time to be sure. What about the purse? What about this autopsy report? What about the badge?
Yes!
I'll take that as a no. What if I press you?
Yes!
In your native language, without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those cause of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Again, it's drugs.
If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everybody
Exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aoshi, will cut down any who dare cause such aspirations.
Yes!
Damn it. That statement contradicts the facts as demonstrated by the evidence. As far as I can tell, there is nothing untoward about this evidence. But that... Unfortunate. Truly and truly unfortunate in this regard. They took my pride, and they took all my answers away. I still maintain that it must be drugs.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Whether or not the professor actually drank
any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others, in the court it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard, the postman report showed no other possible death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way to take a man's life without leaving a trace, please do show me. Is it in fact the drink? I want to believe it's the drink.
Yes!
What do you think? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This English woman knows that too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. I need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she says and try to make her blood some melt. I guess that's the only way. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. He doesn't believe in me. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the man burned his wrist like that. You ordered the steak.
Yes!
But his hand was on the... You cannot have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those excitedly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? What? What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar screen. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Again, this man is basically barking at this point.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway, when the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way to take a man's life without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigator technique probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if this investigation takes it doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? No, you're not. Ah, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aoshi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once Miss Brett is on her last statement again. Let's see here. inferior? What do you mean by that? Let's see. I want to see what he has to say about this. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? 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 Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find often they let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with left and right, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person just at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with left and right and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Which means that even if the investigation... it still gets me.
Excuse me.
What the... What is... Are you alright, sir? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with the testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. He's doing the Edgeworth thing? I'm not familiar. Oh. Is this how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table the day in question? And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Yes!
I still want to press her on this, without leaving a trace. If there's someone... However, always telltale traces of the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosanaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. What say you about this?
Excuse me!
Do you have anything to say about that, Miss Brett? No, nothing. So, nothing strikes you as odd having heard that last statement? Only your approach to this trial. Nothing else springs to mind. Oh. You people are so uncivilized. It's unseemly to make idle conversation with a gentlewoman, you know. Kindly refrain from talking to me again, please. I'm of a mind we investigate this bottle of water. This bowl of water, if you will. I can't find anything out of place. What about in the water? The vintage? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Unfortunate. I wish to ask about this bowl of water. Well, you know what I mean. Let's see here, present it. I wish to present it.
Yes!
There we go. What is this? The ball of wool? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass? I was right, it was drugs. Order, order, order! Oh. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and slipped the poison into his drink? There was only one person who could have done it. Jezeel Brett. It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. To say just a thing without a scrap of evidence? You little rookie imbecile, have you ever considered the delicate situation of our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever in this. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just stepped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did. Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation. Every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this time? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Who? Please wait. Isn't that What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in Furoshiki cloth. Wow. We're still not done. Amazing, isn't it? Funny thing that's for sure. I am over here thinking to myself, gee, these sure are some trials. Some tribulations, you might even say. I can't think of anything else to call it. But at the same time, though, well, maybe the best thing to do would be to call it from there. I can think of no other thing that makes sense at this moment on account of the fact that it's almost 10:30, my throat is starting to hurt, so rather than make it worse on myself and make you listen to that, I think we should leave this to next week. How does that sound? Because boy, oh boy, am I enjoying this for sure. So yeah. Why don't we just slide into the next one for tomorrow? So, from me to you, when do you think you're going to be playing again? More than likely next Friday, so if you're going to mark your calendar to that, please be sure to do so. I will do my best to make it happen. So, if nothing else gets in the way, more than likely we'll be doing more DMC5 tomorrow, so look forward to that if you're around. If you do like what you see here, though, please feel free to spread it around to those you may know. Any and all support from the Batheads is greatly appreciated. But all the same, from me to you, thank you for joining. Stay safe, drink water, weather this storm of endless heat, and frankly speaking, I will see you again tomorrow or whenever next is relevant. So have a good night, everybody.